HTTP server frameworks like Express. And Express is the default. So not only is Node under the hood, but so is Express. And that brings me to prerequisites. You're going to understand much more of this Nest.js series and the benefits that Nest.js provides if you're already familiar with working with Node.js and Express. And I have a course for that on my YouTube channel, Node.js for Beginners, where you'll learn both of those. Also, Nest.js has TypeScript built in, so we'll be using TypeScript right from the start here. And besides that, if you're not familiar with TypeScript, of course, I have a course for that on my channel as well. Besides that, there will be a lot of OOP, which is object-oriented programming. It's not all OOP. It does say Nest has some FP, which is functional programming, or FRP, which is functional reactive programming, but much of what you're going to see is OOP, and that is creating classes, extending classes, adding methods, calling methods, things like that. So if you're also familiar with JavaScript classes, it will help maybe go back and brush up on those. So I could say this is Nest.js for beginners, but that doesn't mean absolute coding beginners. That means you should know these prerequisites to get the most out of this series before you dive into learning Nest.js. And our series goal is going to be building a fully functional REST API with Nest.js. So now let's jump into VS Code and get started. Before we get started in VS Code, you do need to have Node.js installed. If you don't, go to nodejs.org and install the LTS version that is recommended for most users. That stands for long-term support. So go ahead and download and install that if you don't have it. We can check your version back in VS Code. Okay, I've got VS Code open. I have an empty folder, and that's what you should do is open up an empty folder in VS Code that you're going to create your project in. I'm going to press Control and the backtick to open a terminal window. Now, just to verify that you have Node installed or a fairly current version, you can type node-v and check what version you have. I have 18.18.2. I saw there was a new version there, so I need to install that very soon as well. However, 18.18.2 is well beyond the requirements that we need to work with Nest.js. So that's where I'll start today. Now, after that, Nest.js has a very useful command line interface that we want to install for our project. First, we'll type npm I, then -g, then @nestjs/CLI. This will install the command line interface globally. That's what this -g does. And you want that so you can just use it anytime you're starting a new Nest.js project. So I'm going to press enter. It will begin installing. It could take just a little bit of time. And then when it's finished, we'll come back. Okay, the CLI is now installed. So now I can type nest, the word new, and then the project name. Now I'm going to type lesson 1 because I'm going to keep different folders or directories, if you will, for each lesson in this video series. You can name this whatever you want to, maybe Nest REST API, because you'll continue to probably build in that same folder. I'm going to say this is lesson 01 and press enter. Now it's going to ask which I want to use, npm, yarn, or PNP. I'll just press enter on npm and it will begin installing. Again, this will take a little bit and I'll come back when it's complete. Okay, that install has completed, and now I want to open up this lesson 1 folder and whatever, of course, you named your folder. So I'm going to go to the file directory, choose open folder, and from there I'm going to choose this Nest series folder I've got. There it is, lesson 01, and select folder. And now we have opened up the new project that we created with the CLI. It was that easy. Lots of files over here. We're going to look in the source directory, and you can see here the files have the TS extension. We are using TypeScript. Let's look at the main.ts, and you can see it really just starts everything off. Here we are having our app listen on port 3000. This is something, if you're familiar with Node.js and Express already, that part should look kind of familiar right there. Everything else probably looks a little different, but this is the entry point. This is what kicks off your application. So now if we look at the rest of the files here beside the main.ts, we can see an app.module.ts. Now this is the main module, the root module for our application. And you can see it specifies imports. It also specifies controllers and providers. And it's already added a controller here. We can look at that. Here's our app.controller.ts. Then it has a .spec.ts for the controller. This is where we would write tests for that controller if we were doing that. And then there's an app.service.ts. This is what has the provider that is talked about right here, the service. So a service provider, if you will. Now, if we break this down and we look at the controller, and we're bringing in app controller from our controller file here, you can see the controller has a route. So this is a get route, and then it has the get hello or here specified as well. So what we do here is at the get route, we have get hello, and then we return the service that calls the method. So you can see how this is broken up. If you've created a REST API before, especially with Node.js and Express, you'd see the controller is more or less handling the route, and then what we have here in the service is the actual method that returns hello world. So in the controller, we're importing the service, and then
ভাই বলিস নি ওরকম, ভাই আমার চ্যানেল বন্ধ হয়ে যাবে।
then when we go to the get route, that is when this occurs that calls the service with the method here, and then that method is called. Now, if that doesn't make sense, that's okay. We're going to dive in and create one of these step by step as we go. Let's look at the package JSON, because there's going to be a lot in here, a lot more than you would typically see if you just started a Node.js and Express application. And you can see dependencies listed here, and then lots of dev dependencies as well. And of course, we said we're already using TypeScript, and we have lots of types here. Also, there's some things from Nest.js, including the CLI listed here under dev dependencies. The dependencies themselves, not that large of a list, and that's okay. But what we really want here is the start, and there's also start dev. We'll be using start dev because notice it has a watch flag. So as we make changes to our files, it will restart our application and of course reflect those changes. So again, start:dev, and you you may not be used to that. You may just be used to seeing dev over here. So now we want to open a terminal window again with control in the backtick. Here we can type npm run start :dev, and it should start our Nest.js application, of course, that has the hello world provided. And here we can see everything logged already to the console as it started. So now let's go ahead and close out of this terminal, and let's go back to our module that we were looking at. This is the root module for the application. And remember, now when a GET request comes in, we can look at the controller. We can see that it handles a GET request here, and we're going to have get hello, and this is going to return this get hello method from the app service. And if we look at that method, it should say hello world. So now to do all of this, let's go to my Thunder client. You can do this with Postman or something else if you wanted to. I'm going to clear out this user's message and just do localhost 3000. And now this is a GET request, and I don't need a body there or anything, but it won't hurt if I leave it there as well. But this is just going to localhost 3000, as you see right here, and I'm going to send this request, and now it returns hello world. And that's exactly what is expected. So now let's create our own module, something we want to use here besides our basic root module that returns hello world. And of course, we can have it do anything else we want to. Now to do that, we can use that useful Nest.js CLI once again. So control in the backtick. Now I'm just going to leave it running here, and I'm going to open up another terminal window with a plus symbol. You could do either. You could press Control C to close out of the application or exit the application, and you could of course do this as well. What I'm going to do now though is type nest G and then module, and after that I need to type a module name. Well, I'm going to make a users module, so I'll just type users and press enter. Now we should see this add a users directory inside of the source directory here to the application. Remember, this one is our root here that we have app.module. So now let's open this up, and I'll close the terminal windows once again, and inside here we see a users, our root here that we have app. See this add. So now let's Let's open this up, and I'll close the terminal windows once again. And inside here, we see a users.module.ts. Now, it doesn't have many of the other things that were inside of this app.module yet, but we'll be able to add those as we need them. One important thing to note that was added to our root module, the app.module.ts, is now in imports where it was previously empty. Now it is importing the user's module. It's creating that relationship. So this would be the parent, if you will. It's the root module, and of course the users module does link back to that. Now let's look at the users module again, and we can see we don't have much here. Previously, the other module was specifying things like imports, controllers, and providers here. So let's put controllers, and for now let's put an empty array. And after that, let's put TS here to the application. Remember, this one is, well, I'm going to make a users module. So I'll just type users and press enter. Now we should see this add a users directory inside of the source directory here to the application. Remember, this one is our root here that we have app.module. So now let's open this up, and I'll close the terminal windows once again. And inside here we see a users.module.ts. Now it doesn't have many of the other things that were inside of this app.module yet, but we'll be able to add those as we need them. One important thing to note that was added to our root module, the app.module.ts, is now in imports where it was previously empty. Now it is importing the users module. It's creating that relationship. So this would be the parent, if you will. It's the root module, and of course the users module does link back to that. Now let's look at the users module again, and we can see we don't have much here. Previously, the other module was specifying things like imports, controllers, and providers here. So let's put controllers, and for now let's put an empty array. And after that, let's put providers, and for now let's put an empty array as well. And we won't need to add much more here, except when we provide the controller, when we create one, we'll need to put it in here and import it. And the same for the provider. So now to create our hierarchy here with the provider and the controller, let's go ahead and open the terminal once again. Now I'm going to type nestg controller, and now I'm going to type users to create the users controller. So we'll press enter, and we should see not only the controller created, but it will also create that file for tests. I can close the terminal and click on both of these. Here we have the controller, and here's the file that ends in .spec.ts, where we would write tests for the controller. Now let's open a terminal once again. I'm also going to type nestg and then service, and this will create our provider. Once again, we need to provide a name, which again should be users. We're creating all of these for our users. Now that I did that, we have two more files. I'll close this out, and we have the users.service.ts, and we have the users.service.spec.ts that would have tests once again. So now we see the structure, and now if we look back at our module, without myself even adding those, remember I had empty arrays right here. Now we have both of those imported, and they are provided here to the module inside of the brackets that we had previously left empty. So now we have a complete module for our users, and we're ready to move on and put in the routing logic in the controller, and then eventually the logic for handling each of those routes inside of the provider that will then be injected into the controller. So all of that is coming up, and we'll start in on the controller in the next lesson. Now for a quick review, in the previous lesson, we installed the Nest.js CLI, and you see that right here under dev dependencies as well, and then we used that to create a new Nest.js project. We reviewed the relationships between modules. As we open this up, we can see the app right here, app.module. So we reviewed the relationship between the modules and controllers and providers, which we are creating a service with a provider here. So we have our app.service, and we also have our app.controller right here. And we reviewed that relationship overall. And when we created these, they were automatically added to our module as well. And before we finished, we used that same CLI to create a users directory right here that has a users module, and it really does the same thing. And when we created our project, of course, it created this default app module, controller, and service for us. But now we created each one of these as we went. So we have a users module first, and when we use that CLI, we followed this pattern. Let me pull this down for us just a little bit here. And so what we did is type nestg module, and then whatever the name is. And then we did the same for controller, as we really created an empty controller file and that name. So for users, of course, we put users there. And before we finished, we also did the same for the provider, but we don't type provider, we type service and the name there. So we did that, and then our users service was created. So we could say users right here, just so I'm not confusing anyone. That's how we create each one of these. Now today we're focused on the controller, and we created the users controller. So let's take a look at the users controller that we have right now, and we can see there's not much in it. And really the same goes for the service we created, but when we look back at the module, they were both added to the module. Let's quickly look at the docs. We're in the Nest.js docs, and we can see here under controllers, the controllers are responsible for handling incoming requests and returning responses to the client. And you can see here's the client, Here is the HTTP request, and it's going to a controller. Now, a Nest.js application can have more than one controller, and we'll see how those are dedicated to routes in just a moment. But just below, I also want to highlight, it says the controller's purpose is to receive specific requests for the application, and the routing mechanism controls which controller receives the requests. And we'll look at how that works. It says frequently each controller has more than one route, and then different routes can perform different actions. So let's go back and start to work on our user's controller. We are back in VS Code, and this is what we get when we create the controller file. So you can see we import controller from Nest.js Common, and then we have controller here with an @ symbol. This is a decorator, and we will see lots of these in Nest.js. This is saying this is going to handle the user's route. So essentially, whatever our domain is, and then it would have a /users, and that's the route this will handle, at least the parent route, because we can put other routes inside of this where the parent here is /users, and then we might have /something else as well. So that's what this is doing. And what are decorators? Well, really, decorators are essentially functions prefixed with the @ symbol, and they run automatically when called. So you can just think of this as Nest is running a predefined function here, and that's what a good framework does. It abstracts some of this logic so we don't have to write that ourselves. So this is how we start out, and then you can see export class users controller. So inside of here, we need to essentially plan out the routes that we want to handle. So we're going to have a /users, and I could put in, I guess, let me put in comment here and close it out here. And then inside, I could put in each one of these routes. We're going to have a /users. After that, we're also going to have a /users, and then we're going to pass in a param here inside of the URL, so the ID of the user, where we want to get one user. Then we're going to have another /users here, and let me put the HTTP methods, because this would be a GET request. This would also be a GET request, so the read in CRUD. This would be a post, where we create a new user. After that, we're also going to have a patch, and I know some of you would also use put as well, but patch, because we might just change one thing in the user record and not the entire user. And here, this would be /users, and then once again, we would say the ID as a param for the user to identify the user that we want to patch, and then delete. Once again, this would be users and ID to identify the user that we want to delete. So now let's go ahead and create the route for each one of these. So we'll start with our get users, where we want to return all of the users. And we'll do that first with the get decorator here. So we'll put in get, and I'll press tab here. And yes, it automatically imported that at the top when I did that. And then we call that function. Now, once again, I'll put a comment here, and this is get for /users, where we will get all of the users. And now I can just remove it from here, and we'll just go down our list as we go. So after we call that get decorator, saying this is for the get route, I'm going to call this function that it calls after find all. And here, let's just return an empty array for now. We know this will be an array of users eventually. Now, after this, I'm going to scroll just a little bit. And now we'll have another get whoa, I didn't go to the right line here. Just a second. And now we'll have another get decorator here. So I'll put get once again. This will be for the get protocol, and then we'll have users and the ID param. So how will we handle this? Well, I'm going to call this function find1, but we need to pass in an ID, and we actually need to say up here that this has the ID param as well. So let's put in the string, and then we put in a :ID that represents that param that will be in the URL. So when we put all of this together, we have users here, which indicates /users, and then we have ID here, which indicates the /ID for this get route. And then we'll have a find1 function. Now it's going to need to identify that param as it comes in. We do that with another decorator, and it's the param decorator. So I'll press tab, and let's make sure that imported as well. So now we have the param decorator imported at the top also. And inside of this param, then we also need to pass in an ID string. Notice here, it doesn't have the colon like it does inside of the get decorator. We just put in ID as a string. And then after that, we need to give the type, not a comma here though. We'll just say ID, and this is type string that we expect to receive. All params are strings. And from here, we'll return an object that has the ID in for now. And you can see we're not really handling the logic. The logic will be handled inside of our service when we create that, and then we'll inject that into our control
controller. But we're not doing that right now. We're just creating the routes. So these are the two get routes. Now let's quickly talk about this though, because what if we had another route? You wouldn't want to put it underneath this because this is a param. So whatever comes after the slash will be read as the ID. So if I wanted another get route here that would follow users, so I would have get, and then inside of this, let's say I wanted to get all of our users that were assigned the role of intern, and I sent that to a route that was intern. So this would be a get route. It would be slash users slash intern, or I should say maybe interns, because we would want to get all of the interns. Now there's a couple of things to note here. We would also need a function that was not find all, because we've already defined find all. So we would want maybe find all interns, for example, as our function here. And then let's return an array. But this won't work because it comes after the find one here where we're passing this ID param. So when we go down our waterfall of routes inside of our controller, what's going to happen is we would get to this route right here, and it would read anything after the user's slash as the ID. So we could go ahead and run this right now, and I could send in the name or possibly nothing, and this would return an empty right here instead of having the ID. Let's go ahead and do that so you can just see what I'm talking about. So I've saved this file. We need to control backtick to open the terminal. Then let's go ahead and type npm run start dev, and we can check these three routes, and we'll see the issue here that we currently have as well. So everything should be running. It looks good down here in the terminal. I'm going to close that. Now I'm using ThunderClient. If you're not familiar with ThunderClient, you can search Visual Studio extensions over here. This is the extensions button right here. And then when we search for ThunderClient, we find that, and you can install it in your Visual Studio Code. That's what I'm using to test these endpoints. So once you do that, you should see it over here on the left. I've got a little circle and a lightning bolt. That is ThunderClient. Go to localhost 3000 because that's where our application is running. And from there, I'm going to send a query, and I'm going to just send it to users slash users here. So this should return an empty array right now when I send this. And that's what we've got. Okay, so now I'm going to send to /1, say a user ID of 1, and this should return the object with an ID of 1. But what if I went to /interns? Because we also set up that get route. I'll send that, and now I get an ID of interns because it read anything after that slash with /interns as the ID value. So we don't want that. If you were going to have another route, you would need to put this before the route that has the ID here. So if I just move the interns route up above it, for example, and now I go ahead and test this, we should get an empty array. And we do. So the order does matter here, just kind of like a waterfall. You think about how the route will be read and what would happen. So if you had a specific static route like users /interns, that would need to be before a dynamic route that could accept any ID here as a param. So just consider that when you're building your routes. Now I don't need to find all interns route. I'm going to delete that, but I wanted to give that as an example to show how important the order can be. We are ready for our next route now. So we've created both of our get routes. We're ready to post the user. So post a new user. And so what I want to do now is start with the post decorator. Once again, I'll press tab and it should import that at the top. So I've got post, and this would be a post method that would just go to the user's route. And once we have that, we're going to have a create function. Now inside of the create function, we're going to need to receive some data to know what to create for the user. And to do that, we're not going to read a param. We're going to read the body of the request because we should be sending that data. So I'm going to press tab here, and it should import body at the top as well. And we do now have body imported here also. So now I'll bring this back down, and inside the body, we don't need anything, but afterwards we need to say essentially what type the body is. And here, I'm just going to say this is a user. So we're sending user data. And right now, I'll just put in not an array, but an empty object, and it will be an object type for now. We'll get more specific about this in the future, but not today as we're just creating the route. So here, we're just going to return the user. So whatever we send, so let's Control S to save. Let's go back to testing this once again, and now we'll switch this to a post request, and we won't go to /interns. It will be just a /users here. So localhost 3000 /users. Let's go to the body, and you can see in here, I've got name.
name, email, and role. Let me put my name in here. I had an empty name for now. So this will be the user information of the user we want to create. So let's go ahead and send this. And that's what we got as a response, was that same user information back. And we got the 201 created response instead of a 200 like we did with the GET request. So if I come back to GET, send that, you can see 200 okay, but a post request to create a new user is 201 created. That's everything we want, and Nest.js is handling most of that for us. That was fairly easy to create. And now we need to create the update route, the patch method. I'm going to copy what we have here for find one, and I'm also going to delete the post that we no longer need in our list up here. And now underneath the post, I'm going to paste this in. I'm just going to change a couple of things. So one is we need the patch method here, and I need to spell patch correctly, and I'll press tab just so it imports it at the top. We'll make sure we've got patch. Yes, we do. Okay, after patch, we're passing in an ID again because this needs to be our identify whichever user we need to update. So this is the patch method here in our comment. It still goes to /users and then /ID. So we still have a param. Here, I'm going to change the name of this to update, all lowercase. And after that, we need to use the param still for the ID, just like we did up here in find one. It is still a string, but we're also going to have a body with the update information. So now we need to put a comma after the string type here, and then we'll use that body decorator once again. And after that, instead of inside of that, we'll have our user update, and that's just what I'm going to call this to identify it. And we'll say that is also an empty object for now. So then we're just going to return not only the ID in this new object, but we'll also spread in whatever data we get for that user update. So this will be the object that's returned now when we send a patch request. So let's try that out back here in Thunder Client, switch over to a patch. There it is. And we still have some information here to update. So let's say we're updating this user and we're switching the name to Dan. Let's try that. And now we'll go ahead and send the information. And I got a 404. And the reason that I got a 404 was I just sent that to /users. I didn't say what user with the ID param that I wanted to update. So I need to send something in place of that ID param here. So I'll just send the number 1. Let's send that again. And now we got the 200. And yes, we returned that same information. And of course, we had ID in there first, and then we spread in the information that we sent. So that route is also working as long as we put an ID in the URL as well. Now let's go back to the controller because we still have a delete route to create. I'll just delete both of these here at the top as well, so we no longer need that comment. Now under this, let's go ahead and copy the find one once again. And I'm going to paste it right underneath the patch. So there we go. I'll scroll just a little bit. Now this needs to be delete instead of get. So we'll do that. Press tab once again, so it should import at the top. We still need to pass in the ID so we know which user to delete. I'll switch this to the delete method here in our comment as well. This won't be a find one function. We'll rename this delete. We still need to use the param decorator and identify the ID here, and the ID is still a string type. Let's just return that ID as well. So this should be the delete route. Okay, we'll save, and from here we'll go back and we will now test out the delete route. Once again, it needs that ID in the URL. It doesn't really need the body, but it won't hurt to leave it in there either way. So I'll just click over here to query. Let's go ahead and send that, and we get the ID back. So all of the routes we've created are now working. But there's one type of parameter we haven't handled yet, and you see that listed right here in Thunder Client, query parameters. So let's take a look at that in our controller as well. I'm going to scroll back up to our first route here that has find all. So we're just getting all of the users. And what if we also wanted to allow that to filter for a query parameter? So I'll put or here, and we might have /users, and then we might have something like role equals value. And this is a query parameter. It's different than a param that you would find in the URL, like you see here with the ID. Here you'd have the question mark, role equals value. You had a second query parameter, you might have the ampersand, and then have something like age equals another value. And of course, you would put whatever age you want there, 42, 28, doesn't matter. So those are query params. Let's handle that in our find all as well. So it needs to be optional, and that is one thing, but another is we need to say at query. I'm press tab here, and that should import at the top. Let's make sure. Yep, we've got query right there. I'm also going to press Alt-Z, so it just wraps that line down. It's getting a little long. But after our at query, we need to say inside of here what the query param that we're looking for is, and this will be role. Now after that, we need to define role, and we can do that with our TypeScript here. So we'll say this is optional. So we have the question mark and then a colon, and then this is going to have several possible values. One would be intern. After that, let's also say this could be an engineer. And then eventually, let's also have an admin, as you saw with the user where I was trying to add a user that was an admin. So these are the 3 possible values that we are identifying with TypeScript for role, but it is optional. And again, we're not handling the logic there, but we'll go ahead and try to send this as well through Thunder Client. So we'll go back to Thunder Client. Let's go back to our GET request. Let's just get all users, and now I'm going to put in a question mark and say role. Let me put in lowercase equals, and I'll put in admin like this. Let's go ahead and send. And yes, we got an empty array back once again, but we just want to know that it can handle something like that. Also note how Thunder Client handles the query param here. You could enter them here. We uncheck, it removes that as well. If we check, it puts it back in the URL up above. So now you know how to handle both params in the URL, like you see here with the user's ID, and also query params like you see here with the role. We also know how to get the body out of a post request or a patch, or if we sent a put request where we're using the body as well. Now in the next lesson, we're going to cover the logic, what we'll create inside of our user's service and inject into our controller class that can handle the logic that we want here to do the appropriate things with the data, because right now we're not getting the data we want. we're just getting something back to prove that our routes are correct. But this is the skeleton of the controller that has all of the routes handled for our user's REST API. Now, we previously used the CLI to create our files, so just as a quick review, we're going to work on a provider today, and we would create that provider by typing nest g service and then the provider name. And we're creating a users provider, so we would type users. Now, we already have that in our code from a previous lesson, but I just wanted to recap that if you need to create a provider today. So let me go ahead and delete that, and let's go to our source folder, not the package JSON here, where I have changed this to lesson 3. And now in the source folder, we'll find the users directory, and in here we have our module, and we have the controller that we worked on in the last lesson. And now today, for the routes that we have in the controller, we need to create methods inside of a service that hold the logic, and then we'll inject that service back into this controller before we're finished. And we can see in our module that we have our provider right here, and we've imported the user service, and so we're using that user service in our provider slot here. Now, if we come over here to the users.service that was created with that command line I just showed you, you can see we have a very empty file right now that just has the basics of a provider service. So what we have is import injectable from Nest Common, then we have the injectable decorator at the top, and then we have an empty class named user service. Now we'll build this in just a second, but let's take a look at the docs about providers. Now, like modules and controllers, providers are a fundamental concept in Nest. Now, why do we create a service when we're talking about providers? Well, a provider doesn't have to be a service, but it often is. So it says Nest classes may be treated as a provider, which can be services, repositories, factories, helpers, and so on. So they're not just limited to creating services, although that is often what we will do. Now, the main idea of a provider is that it can be injected as a dependency, and we're going to come back to more about dependency injection after we create our provider, and we want to inject it into our controller. It basically means objects can have various relationships with each other, as they say here, so we're going to create some logic in our service that can be injected and then used in the controller. So let's go back now to VS Code and create our service. We're back in VS Code, and now let's notice this injectable decorator that we have here at the top. Now, what that does is attach metadata that declares this class that we're about to create, our user service class, can be managed by Nest, and we'll see how that works when we inject that into the controller. So now let's start out by creating our class, and we're going to start with a property to begin. I'm going to say private, and then I'm going to create a user's property. And now for this property, I'm just going to set some data, as we're not connecting a database today, but we want to have some data to work with. So I just posted in an array here, or pasted in an array of 5 user objects. You can see they each have an ID, name, email, and role. So that is a property inside this user service class. So we said private users, and we set that property. Now we're ready to create some methods inside of our service. Now typically we name the methods after the routes that we have in the controller. So let's look at the controller quickly. We can see we have a find all for our get route. We also have a find one. So we want both of those as methods as well. Then we have a create, update, and a delete. So we will be creating 5 methods that match all of these, of course, that come after the HTTP method of get for the first 2, then post, patch, and delete. So let's go back to the service file once again, and now let's create those methods. So the first one is find all, and now it had an optional role, and we'll want to indicate that here as well. So here's the optional role, and then we had an intern role that was possible. We also had an engineer role, if I can spell that correctly, and then admin. So any one of these are a possibility for the role value in find all. After that, let's go ahead and create what goes inside the method. And the first thing we want to do is check to see if a role was passed. So we'll say if role, and we'll handle that differently. So now we'll say return, and we'll say this.user. So that refers to our users above, the user's property, and it's an array, so we can filter that. And now we would only return the users with the role that was specified. So here we would say user in our filter, which is a higher order array method, and then we'll say user.role, and we want it to match whatever role was passed in. So this would only return the users that have the role that was passed in. Now, if no role was passed, then underneath we can just return all users, and we would do that with return this.users. Now that completes our find all method. Let's go ahead and scroll just a little bit more. Let's create a find one method. Now it's going to come in with an ID. This ID is going to be a number when this method receives it. So inside of this now, we'll say const user. We'll set this equal to this.users. Now we will find, instead of filter, once again have a user here, as this is another array method, and now we'll take the user ID, needs to match the ID number. Now after we have that, we can just return the user. Okay, let's scroll for a little more room, as our create method will take up just a little more space. So we'll start with create, and now this is going to receive a user, and this would be an object. Here we need to specify what's in the user object. In the past, we just had an empty object when we created our controller routes. Now I'm going to say the user that we create is going to need a name, which is a string, we're going to need an email, which is a string, and it's going to need a role, and that role is specific. So it needs to be either an intern or engineer or or it could possibly be an admin user. Spell that correctly also. Once I have all three of those in, it looks like we're finished. I'm going to press Alt-Z to wrap that down now. So we've got the possibilities here for a new user. And now, of course, an ID will need to be created. Now, we're not connected to a database where a database would typically auto-generate that ID. So let's put in just a little bit of logic to create that ID. So I'm going to say const and then users by highest ID. I'm going to set this equal to, and I don't want to sort the actual user's property that we have inside of our class. So I'm going to create a new array. I'm going to pass in this dot users. And now after that, I want to sort the array, and I'm going to have an A and a B here, as I typically would with a sort function. And then I'm going to take the B.id, which is a number, minus the A.id. So this should give us an array here of users by highest ID. Once we have that, I'm going to define a new user, and I'm going to take an ID here and generate a new one. So I'm going to have an ID that I'm going to add to this user that we received that has a name, email, and role. And this ID is going to be equal to users by highest ID. We'll take the first element and then the ID property, and then we'll add 1 to it. So we're generating the next highest ID. The new person that is added will have a higher ID. And after that, we'll spread in the rest of the user that we receive. So that is our new user. All of that's just to generate that ID that is already not in the data, or not already in the data, I should say. So now we'll have this dot users dot push, and we'll push in that new user to the array. Then we just want to return new user. And that's all we should need for our create method. Now let's scroll for some more room again, but I don't want to scroll this off of the top because I'll use just a little bit of that. So I'm going to say update. And now once again, this needs to receive an ID so we know what user to update. So this would be an ID of number, and then we'll call this updated user. Now this would be an object here, and this equals the user, and we'll return remote. So we're going to need to import the user. We can see we have 5 users in it. Now with the service complete, let's look at the module. We can see we imported the user service when that when the service was created into the module, and it's listed here with the provider. So we're going to need to import the user service into the controller now as well. So let's scroll to the top of the controller. I'll press Alt-Z to wrap anything down that needs to be. Now I'll say import. We'll import the user's service, and it comes from our ./users.service file that we have over here. Now once we've done that, we need to go ahead and inject it into the controller. So let's go back to the docs quickly to discuss dependency injection just a little more. We're back in the docs, and what I want to highlight is this sentence right here where it says, in the example below, Nest will resolve the cat service, which they're giving an example of a cat's service, not a user service. It says by creating and returning an instance of the cat service, or in the normal case of a singleton, returning the existing instance if it's already been created elsewhere. Now that's a strong point for that. So what this does is it creates and returns an instance, and we do that with a constructor here. So constructor private cat service, and then we list our cat service that we created. So we're going to do that with users, but what's important to highlight is it's better than if we just created a new user service or new cat service like we typically would in code, because if it's already created elsewhere, it's a singleton, and Nest.js knows that, and it returns the existing instance. So that's an important benefit here from Nest.js. Let's go back and add this to our code. We're back in VS Code, and let's go ahead and add this instance now of our service to our controller. We're injecting it into that, and we do that with constructor, and then we'll say private, and then we'll also say read only, and then we'll add users service, and then we'll list the user's service that we created. And as we read in the docs, that actually creates a instance of that user service. We also need the little curly braces out here, and they're just empty, but we need those out here so we don't see all the red squigglies that you saw in my code before that. Now, again, this, of course, if it was created elsewhere, another instance, it pulls it in because Nest.js identifies that it's a singleton, and that's what they call that when you've only got an object that could be created once like that.
হ্যালো হ্যালো।
হ্যাঁ, আমি সেই শুনছিল আওয়াজ
But if we were to have
ask questions into this video as well. If you're interested, stay tuned. How about we jump into the video? So the first thing is, what is a proxy? A proxy is a software that makes requests on behalf of a client. So
Well, I'm pretty much bored, so I'm gonna play a game now. I have no idea what this game is. I guess my voice level is actually okay. But let me check. Check. I don't know why, but my PC is actually handling it. But it's still lagging. Let me check. Yep, it's okay now. I have no idea what this game is about, but Badi suggested it, so why not play it? Sound volume 3D graphics. I don't know. Oh shit, it's lagging so much. It's okay, I guess. Somewhat okay. What is this though? You. What the fuck? Lol. Can I break this? Yeah, I can kick anything, why? Can I kick this glass? No. Oh, it's not a glass. Oh, it's a glass. I don't know. Wait. Now it's over. Okay. Holy shit. This game is all about kicking. What the? There's another one. Fuck you. Wait, what? I can drink? What the fuck is this thing? Come bro. Oh, you're so dumb. Fake news. Bro folded. What the fuck? Hmm. Uh, what the fuck? God, this music is so annoying. Yeah, I don't have any bullets. What the fuck is this game? I came from here now. Yeah. But there's no door. Oh, yes. Shit. I guess the level's finished. Man, it's such a shitty game, man. Fuck this game. Music's annoying also. Woo. Let's find something interesting. Hmm. Dolmir. I think I have seen this game. Yeah, I have seen this game. I've played this. Stories. Fine point. I don't know what this game is about. Fine point. Insomniac. It's a small game.
Unreal Engine. I have been keeping my eye on this engine for a couple of years now. As you probably know, since the popularity of Fortnite and the boatload of cash they were making with it, they've opened their own digital game store and started giving away games. But what you might not know is not using Unreal, but my inner hoarder told me to definitely make an account and start collecting those assets. It's safe to say that over the last couple of years, I've hoarded quite a few assets, and then they do the impossible. They announce Unreal Engine 5 and all of its power, with Nanite and Lumen set to change the game development industry forever. Now I have both my eyes on the engine. So I decided to start learning Unreal Engine. I kind of know how to make games already, so I started House Cleaning Simulator, heavily inspired by the Need to Clean of Power Wash Simulator and the type of spooks of the Mortuary Assistant. Secrets. Hi! I was like, I don't remember having a mannequin here before. Basically, you would go around the house mopping the floor in a not so satisfying way as Power Wash Simulator, and also pick up trash from the ground and put it in bins while being spooked by a monster in a game with really cool Unreal Engine next-gen graphics. A pretty simple premise and a pretty... I decided to start building this, and we know the saying, as long as it works, that's what matters. Exactly. So the next step was to create the grabbing of objects. It just looked so cool to do, which I will admit was harder than leaving the audio for the end might not be a good idea, because now called widgets, which I had to use for the interact. A few blueprints from the modular house were using a specific so tiny, and this game is. After all of that, I added the credits where I had to paste all of the members' names, and that's it. The game was done. And you I really playing my game. In hindsight, I do feel like the game doesn't look very next-gen. I mean, it looks okay, and I was definitely using decent assets, but it just shows that even making things look photorealistic or even just decent, it takes skill, practice, and knowledge. But this was my first Unreal game, so I'm not too worried about that just yet. I'm just glad I finished the game. Unreal is a beast of its own. Programming wise, although I'm using visual scripting, the order of the game logic is pretty much the same as Unity's. But the way Unreal works, with its game modes and pawns and player characters, it's very, very different. I definitely learned a lot of how the underlying systems of Unreal work, but there is so
iOS ডাউনলোড করে দেখতে পারি। Kind of a good game, I guess. Oh damn, that's a big game. Doki Doki Literature Club. Do not take this cat home. Why? I will take it home. It is so cute. Oh. Not suitable for children or easily destroyed. This includes depiction of horror elements, human animal violence, of death. Oh yeah. It's a cat, a very cute cat. What will you do? I'm downloading this. I don't care. Do 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 do. Let's see. Okay, it's gonna take at least 10 minutes. So up until then, let's learn Next.js a little bit more and then figure it out. Ah,
Have to create this without the Nest.js benefits, we would do something like const users service equals new users service. And you may have seen that in your Java. Typically would encode case of a singleton returning the existing instance if it's already been created elsewhere. Now that's a strong point for that. So what this does is it creates and returns an instance, and we do that with a constructor here. So constructor private cat service, and then we list our cat service that we created. So we're going to do that with users, but what's important to highlight is it's better than if we just created a new user service or new cat service like we typically would in code, because if it's already created elsewhere, it's a singleton, and Nest.js knows that, and it returns the existing instance. So that's an important benefit here from Nest.js. Let's go back and add this to our code. We're back in VS Code, and let's go ahead and add this instance now of our service to our controller. We're injecting it into that, and we do that with constructor, and then we'll say private, and then we'll also say read only, and then we'll add users service, and then we'll list the user's service that we created. And as we read in the docs, that actually creates a instance of that user service. We also need the little curly braces out here, and they're just empty, but we need those out here so we don't see all the red squigglies that you saw in my code before that. Now, again, this, of course, if it was created elsewhere, another instance, it pulls it in because Nest.js identifies that it's a singleton, and that's what they call that when you've only got an object that can be created once like that. But if we were to have to create this without the Nest.js benefits, we would do something like const users service equals new users service. And you may have seen that in your JavaScript code before. Of course, it's giving me an error here because we already have it there. But this is essentially Nest.js is handling this line for us, but it's doing a little bit more than that. It's script code before. Of course, it's giving me an error here because we already have equals new users service. And you may have seen that in your JavaScript code before. Of course, it's giving me an error here because we already have it there. But this is essentially Nest.js is handling this line for us, but it's doing a little bit more than that. It's also saying, hey, if we created this elsewhere, it's going to find that and pull it in. So we need that at the top, and now we can use our user service inside of these routes. So let's go ahead and update our routes. And so now instead of the return with an empty array here, all we need to do is say this.userService.findAll. See, I'm calling a method, and I'm passing in a role if it was received. And that's all we need here for our find all in this get route. Now, after that, we can update our find one. Now, this is going to be just a little different as well. So let's go ahead and remove that, and we'll say return. This will be this.userService.find one, not find all. And now inside of this, we would pass in the ID. But notice we have a problem here. The ID has a red squiggly because we're receiving an ID as a string. And that's how it's going to be sent because it's a param. All params are strings. We can't change that. So we need to convert this to handle a number, which is what our find one method expects. We could use the number constructor or parse int, but we could also use a unary. And we'll do that simply by adding a plus in front. Now let's quickly look at the MDN docs on a unary. We're in the MDN docs, and I'm looking at a unary plus. Now this is just an easy way to convert something to a number. It doesn't document itself as well as, say, parse int, so you may prefer that. However, you can just add the plus, and it's well documented here, and it's a very quick and easy way to do that, and you'll find that a lot in Nest.js, even when it generates a REST API for us, and I'll show you how to do that in a future tutorial. But I just wanted you to know what the unary plus was for if you hadn't seen it. Now back to our code. Back in VS Code, I'm quickly going to jump to the delete in our controller before we get to the create and update. So now here in the delete, we're once again receiving a string for the ID, and we're going to return this.userService.delete, and this would once again receive the ID, and it once again needs the unary plus to be converted into a number. So now let's go to the create and the update, and they just need a little bit more work because our type here is still currently an empty object. So we're going to have to make that match the methods that we have back in the user. So to do that, I'm just going to go back here to the user service that we have, scroll down to the create, and now we have a type here that has the name and an email, both strings, and then it has the possible values for roles. So I'm going to copy that type, come back to the controller, and now I'm going to put that inside of create method here instead of that empty object. Now, of course, you might be thinking, now we've had to put that same definition in two places. It might be better to have a place where we put that definition once, and we will do that in the next video. I'm going to complete this first, and then we'll talk about what all we will cover in the next video. So here we've got the create method, and we should be receiving a body that has a user and that user's information, and it needs to match that. Of course, we're not validating that yet either. That's also something that will happen in the next video. Right now, we're just going to return, and this would be this.userService.create, and now that the types match, we could pass in user. And of course, if the type didn't match, we would have a red squiggly under user. Now we need to do the same thing for our update here in the patch route or the patch method, and then it calls update. So here, let's go back to the users.service, go to the update, and we'll get this type here. Remember, all of these were optional was the difference. Come back to the controller, and now our user update type, paste that in as well. And now when we return here, we're going to return this.userService.update. Now it needs the ID, which needs to be a number. So again, plus ID because it comes in as a string. And then it also needs the user update that we pass in. And now it looks good.
With the changes to our controller now complete, well, let's go ahead and start our dev server and test these endpoints out before we finish. So control backtick to open the terminal. Now notice I am in the parent directory for the Nest.js series over here. I never went directly into the lesson 3 folder, which is probably where you are, directly in your project folder. So I'm going to cd into lesson 03, and now I'm in the project folder for this lesson. And that's, of course, where we can start our dev server. So you're probably in there already. You can just type npm run start :dev to start up the Nest.js dev server here. Let's get it all running. Before we test it out there, everything is running as expected. Let's close that. And now I'm going to use ThunderClient. You could use Postman or any other software you want to test the endpoints. I'll open ThunderClient here, create a new request. And for that request, we need to go to http://localhost 3000, and we're running this at /users. I don't want a space at the end. I just want it like that. And now I'm going to send the request, and we should get all of our users back. Here's all 5 users. I'll pull this up so we can see the results a little bit better. But that's what we had in that property in our services class for our starting data, just those 5 users. Now let's say we just want to get user with the ID of 2. We put that param in the URL and send. Here we've got the user with ID of 2. Now let's create a new user. We'll go to the body here. I'm going to create an object, and now we should be able to send some information. So I'm going to send name, and we'll say that needs to be a string there as well, Dave. And then we had email, and for email we'll say dave@davegray.codes. And from there, let's go ahead and say role. And of course, I need to be an admin, and we'll close out our object there. That's our body that we're sending now, and we'll send that to the post. Let's see if this works. Oh, also, it's not going to post/2. Once again, just needs to go to localhost 3000/users, our main endpoint, see what happens. And we had 201 created, and we got that information back. Here is ID of 3. So ID of 3, I don't know if I like that. Let me go ahead and check that services just to see what happened, because we already had 5 users. So let's see our ID up here. Maybe I put myself in here. No, Clementine was there. So let's go back and see what we've got here. Create. Let's look at this. Bring this in. We create the highest ID. Oh, the sort has an equals here. This should be a minus. We wanted to say b.id minus a.id. There is the issue. So now let's see if our server restarted. Hopefully it did here. I think so. Yep, it restarted. So that once again should reset those properties that we have, those user properties. So now let's go ahead and put a get request back in just to make sure we only get 5 users. So there's 1, 2, 3 is Clementine as expected, 4, 5. Good deal. Now let's go back to our post. Now that we have fixed that, we're going to send in this user. Might be a little bit easier to read if we put this on new line for each one here. So we've got a user named Dave, email, and a role. And that on a new line also. Did I get rid of it? My mistake. Great, I did. There we go. Let's go ahead and send this to the post request at localhost 3000 users. Send. Oh, now I've got a bad request because I do have an extra token in there. Let me get rid of that. It's down the extra token. Let's try it one more time. This looks correct. Send. Okay, now user ID of 6. That's what I expected because we added a new user. It counted up, got the highest ID. Here's that information of the new user. Now, while we have our server still running and we haven't made any changes, so it didn't restart, let's request all users again. Now we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So our new user has been added to the users that we have there inside of the user's property. That's what we wanted. Now let's send an update, and we would do that with a patch request. And let's go back to the body because that's what we can change here. And let's change the role to engineer. And let's go ahead and send this. And we got 404 not found. Why is that? Because we didn't say which user we were updating. We didn't send the ID. So now at this point, let's update user 6. And we don't really need to send the name and the email again, although we could. It will just update all of those. So let's just send the engineer information. Let's try this once again. Send. Now it says it's okay. So here's what we got back. ID, name Dave, email still the same, role engineer. So it only updated what we sent, which was the role of engineer. So once I, of course, formed the request correctly, all was good. Now let's go ahead and delete one. And that would be the delete method over here. We're going to go to users, and let's delete user number 3. So we'll send this. And of course, that user that we deleted is what is returned from our method. That's fine. And now when we check all users, and we don't want just user 3, which probably isn't there, let's get all the users. Now we've got 1, 2, and it skips to 4, 5, and 6 because we deleted user number 3. Now you could definitely make what we have currently error out, and you could send incorrect information because we're not validating that information as it comes in, and we're also not handling some errors that we could get. We're going to learn all about that in the next tutorial, as well as what I was talking about before. We shouldn't have to keep the types here typed in manually and in the provider as well. In our service for users, we should have one source for those. We're going to learn about DTOs also and how that can help us not only have our types, but also with the validation for that information that's coming in, all in the next tutorial. In the previous lessons, we have set up a REST API with endpoints for users' data. I just pressed Control in the backtick. Let's go ahead and start up that REST API in dev mode with npm run start :dev. That should start up our server in dev mode. And with the server running, let's check back here at our script and notice, of course, that it also has the watch flag. So anytime we make changes to our files, it's going to restart the server and keep it running for us. So our REST API is running, but we have no data validation for the requests that come in, and that can cause problems. Let's quickly look with ThunderClient. And here I'm going to look at a request to the user's endpoint, and I can just send a value for role. Here I'm going to just type my name in all caps. So role Dave. We know that doesn't exist. And if I request that, we get back an empty array. That's not really ideal. We'd like to fix that. What if we go to the endpoint where we can get a user, say we wanted user 1, but let's send something like a couple of lowercase letters instead, and we send that, and it's a status okay. We just don't get anything back. That's not ideal either. And you can see we're going to continue to have problems with all of these endpoints if we don't send the correct data, because nothing is validating that or causing an error to send any message back to the user that says what is wrong. So we need to fix that today. And we're in the Nest.js docs looking at pipes. Now, pipes are a specific type of middleware, and I'll scroll down just a little bit, and it says pipes have 2 typical use cases: transformation, so transforming data, or validation. Now, we'll be doing both today. Let's look at some quick examples. I want to go to built-in pipes, and there's a couple of pipes here in this list that we're going to use. One is the validation pipe, the other is the parse int pipe. So let's head back to VS Code. Back in VS Code, we're in the users controller. So I've opened up my source directory and then the users directory where we've created all of our users files. And then I am in the users controller file. From there, we want to import that parse
int pipe, and it comes from Nest.js Common, just like all of these others that we have imported here at the top of this file. Now, after that, we need to go ahead and bind it to the method. In other words, we're inserting the pipe as middleware into a route handler. So let's look at how that works. So in any of these route handlers that needed the unary plus that we had previously used, we can use the parse int pipe. And let's do that by implementing it right here in the find one. So after our param decorator, and then we pass in the ID, let's put a comma, and then we'll say parse int pipe. And we're inserting that pipe right there. Now we'll no longer need that unary plus either. But we still have an issue with TypeScript because it's saying, hey, this is supposed to be a string here. Now we need to change this because it will be a number, and TypeScript agrees that it will be a number. That's because this parse int pipe is transforming that data as we talked about. Now let's go ahead and make these changes to the other two route handlers that also were using that unary plus. So let's scroll down to our up, supposed to be a string here. Now we need to change this. Need that in the ID find parse route handler. So let's look at how that works. So in any of these route handlers that needed the unary plus that we had previously used, we can use the parse int pipe. And let's do that by implementing it right here in the find one. So after our param decorator, and then we pass in the ID, let's put a comma, and then we'll say parse int pipe, and we're inserting that pipe right there. Now we'll no longer need that unary plus either, but we still have an issue with TypeScript because it's saying, hey, this is supposed to be a string here. Now we need to change this because it will be a number, and TypeScript agrees that it will be a number. That's because this parse int pipe is transforming that data as we talked about. Now let's go ahead and make these changes to the other two route handlers that also were using that unary plus. So let's scroll down to our update because we had to send the ID there as well. So we'll add in our parse int pipe, and then we'll change that type here to a number as well for the ID, and after that we can remove the unary plus as well. Let's do the same for the delete route handler. So here this would be parse int pipe. We'll change this to a number type here, and then we can remove the plus as well, and then save the file. So let's go ahead and test one or more of these out. We'll go back to ThunderClient. I'll pull up our request here. Now I'm going to send a AA once again to that find one route. And remember, we put the parse int pipe on this route. I'll send. Now we get a 400 bad request, and we get a specific message. It says validation failed. The numeric string is expected, or numeric string is expected. So yes, it needs to be a number. Of course, it's still a string, so it says numeric string. That's a very specific message, and the double A's will no longer work. But if I go ahead and send the number 1, then yes, we get user number 1. And of course, we could expect that same behavior to be on the other two route handlers that we, of course, applied the parse int pipe to as well. So the parse int pipe transforms those string numbers to numeric data. And it also validates the request data because we receive an error if we send letters instead of numbers. However, we still need to validate data when we create a new user or update a user. And we can begin fixing these issues by creating data transfer object schemas, or DTOs, for the data we expect to receive from the request. So let's take another look at the docs. We are back in the Nest.js docs, and I'm looking at request payloads under the controller page here in the overview section, and they show an example of a DTO they're going to create. And they also discuss why they use classes as well. Now note, DTO stands for Data Transfer Object, and then of course they say schema afterwards, because that's essentially what we're doing, is creating a schema for our data. So you can see there, create cat
.dto.ts file here, and it has a name that's a string, an age that's a number, a breed that's a string. So essentially we're creating a type or a schema here. They're calling it a DTO, and they're using a class because we're in Nest.js and they base most everything on classes. So let's follow the same pattern back in VS Code and create a user DTO. Now back in VS Code, we want to create a DTO folder inside of our users folder, or directory if you will, and here we'll call this DTO. And now inside of our DTO directory, the first file we create is going to be create-user.dto.ts. Now inside, this is fairly simple. We'll say export class, and we say create create user DTO. And now inside of our class, we'll have a name that is a string, and we're going to have an email that is a string, and then we're going to have a data transfer object for the data we will be receiving in the request. And of course, the role has 3 possible values. We had intern, or it could be engineer, or it could be admin. But we also need a DTO for our update user. But before we do, we need to look at the docs one more time. Back in the Nest.js docs, I'm now under the techniques header and validation, and it says when building input validation types, also called DTOs, so that is what we are doing, then it says it's useful to build and create and update, variations on the same type. Now, for example, the create variant may require all fields, while the update variant, and that's the one we need to create now, doesn't require all of those fields. Essentially, we need a partial type, kind of like TypeScript again, right? So that's what we're going to do, but they show a great way to do this. Here is that create cat DTO again, that same example, but when we scroll down, it says by default, all of the fields above are required. But now below, we can extend that type we have, the create cat DTO, with the partial type. And that's all we're going to need to do for our update class. We don't need to type out the same types again. So we're going to create an update class by extending the create class we have using the partial type function. Let's go back and follow the same pattern in our code. Back in VS Code, I need to create another new file inside the DTO directory. So I'll click new file, and I want this to be update. I need all lowercase here, update-user.dto.ts. Now to start this out, we need to import our create user DTO that we previously made. Then we also need to import partial type. And that is going to come from @nestjs/mapped types, and that is not installed by default. And I just remembered that we need to go ahead and add that dependency as well. I'll press Control and the backtick to once again open up a terminal. I'm going to temporarily do Control C to close down our dev server, and we'll add this dependency and start it back up. So now I'm going to type npm I, and then I want @nestjs/mapped-types. And from there, we're also going to say -D, because this would be a dev dependency. So let's press enter. Should install this to our project fairly quickly. Then we'll go ahead and restart that server. I'm going to press my up arrow just to get my previous commands. There's my npm run start :dev. Go ahead and press enter. Restarts the dev server. Everything should be working once again. And now we no longer have the squiggly under our partial type import here at the top, because now it has the dependency that it comes from, which is the Nest.js/mapped-types. And I've worked with Next.js some this week, so if I've said one instead of the other, I apologize. It's easy to get switched up between Nest.js and Next.js, 2 completely different things. So now let's create this class by typing export class, and we want to say update user DTO extends. Now we use our partial type function, and inside of the partial type, we pass in our create user DTO, but we're not quite finished. This would still be an error right now. We just need empty curly brackets at the end, and then you can save the file, and it's complete. So we extend, and we get all of the benefits of the create user DTO, except not any one particular field is required. We can use that partial type, which is perfect for our update route handler. So we've created our DTOs, but we aren't using them yet. So we need to add them to the controller and then to the service provider. We're going to do both of those, and you can already tell the benefit. We'll be having our types all in one place. So I'll go to the user's controller first. We'll scroll to the top, and we need to go ahead and import our DTOs. So we'll say import create user DTO, and then after that, we'll go ahead and import update user DTO. Now that we have both of those, let's apply them in the file. We need to go down to our create method that we have in our post route. And now instead of having our type typed out here for user, we can switch that, and we can just put in our create user DTO, and that brings in the type. Now, a pattern you would commonly see here, instead of this being called user, for example, you might see also create user DTO with a lowercase in the spot of user here, and then that would be passed in, or user is passed in there. And so you would see this, but this still represents the user. So either way you do that is fine. I just wanted to point that out. That is a typical pattern. So I'm going to leave it and switch these as we go. So now in our patch route here with the update function, we can do the same thing. We have user update, and then we have this long type typed out, and instead we can bring in our update user DTO and put it right there. And then we can follow that same pattern with a lowercase update, and then user DTO here still represents the user. So I'll copy that and replace the user update that we had and just put it right there. It still represents the same thing. And now let's go to our service provider, and in the user service provider, we can import these at the top again. So we will import create user DTO, and after that we will import update user DTO, and then we need to put both of these in the functions that use them as well. So we had our create function here. Let me press Alt-Z to wrap that down. Once again, we can replace this long type that we manually had to type, and we're storing it all in one place now, which is our create user DTO. And then we could switch this to follow that same pattern where it says user here, it would be create user DTO, and you're starting with the lowercase create user, but then you need to replace where we had the user inside of our function logic as well, and it was right here where we spread the user. So that should fix that, and we're following that same pattern that you will likely see somewhere else, which is why I'd like to introduce that. And then in the update area, we have the same thing where we're replacing the type that was there, and now it is our update user DTO, and we're switching updated user, so I'll Control D to select both, and we'll switch this to update user DTO, starting out lowercase, which represents the updated user once again. With our controller and our service provider both updated, we are now using those DTOs to replace those types that we had to type out more than once, and that's a good benefit, but they're still not really validating anything. They're still just pretty much doing the same job that TypeScript does, so we need to apply some validation as well. Back in the Nest.js docs, once again, we're under the overview section on the pipes page, and it's talking about an implementation of validation. And it says Nest works well with the class validator library. So we're going to add a couple more dependencies. These won't be dev dependencies. We'll list those amongst our production dependencies. So we'll add those in just a second. But I want to show you the example. Once again, with their create cat DTO class, they are bringing in some new decorators from this class validator dependency that we had. But we also need, note, the class transformer dependency because they work together. So we'll have both of those. But we'll import the decorators from class validator. And then inside of our DTO, we can apply validation to each one of our data types that we have. And it will check for things like is int, is string. We can even check things to see like if we have an email email or not. As a matter of fact, there are a lot of definitions. And just to show a few, I'm here on the GitHub page for that library, and I'm going to put a link to this inside of the course resources as well, so you can reference this. Any of these validation decorators that you would need will be in this library for you after we have added it as a dependency. So let's go back to VS Code and put this to use. We're back in VS Code. I'm going to open a terminal window, Control-C once again to stop the server, and I'll just add these dependencies quickly. So npm I, and then we want class-validator, and then a space, and we can also say class-transformer. Press enter. Both of these should be added to our project fairly quickly. And yes, they are. We can double check that in the package JSON if we want to, and it should be not in scripts, but here in dependencies, we see class transformer and class validator now. So that's what we need. From there, it looks like I didn't save something inside of our controller. I'll quickly do that as well. Now from there, let's go back to the DTO and we can apply these. Okay, at the top of the file, we need to import the decorators that we're going to use. So I'm going to import is email, and that comes from class validator. So let's just apply that one first. And of course, that's going to go on the email. I'm going to leave a couple of spaces there. Then we use the @ symbol like we do with all decorators and just call is email right above it. Now after that, let's go ahead and add is enum. And we will use that with our roles here. So now let's get a little more space and we'll say @is enum, and we can call that, but we need to pass in the values inside of this. So this is going to be an array with these different values. So I'm just going to copy these and put the values inside of that array that we have there. Now that's the first param in our is enum. After that, let's put in the curly braces, and we can provide a message if they don't provide one of the required enum values. And we'll say valid role required. So that goes directly above our role type here. And TypeScript's giving me a warning here, and it's a good thing that it is, because this is not a union type that we put in the array, and I'm still separating it with the same divider that I would for a union type. We need commas here. So let's also replace dividers in here. We now have what our is enum decorator needs, an array with the different values that we also provided here, but we need to make sure we don't use these inside of there. Okay, after that, we still need to apply a couple of things to the name data that we're getting. So let's bring in is not empty, and let's also bring in is string. So we can apply both of those. So we hadn't done that yet, where we're applying two to one type of data. We just do one on each line. So we'll say is string, and we'll call is string. So we check that first. We'll also check is not empty, because we don't want an empty string, which is a possibility. And now this is a good time for a reminder that we don't need to apply any to our update user DTO, because it's already extending the partial type of create user DTO. So we've applied all of the validation here, and it will be passed over to our update user DTO as well. And we've applied validation to our DTOs, but we cannot really check the requests that are coming in until we apply the validation pipe. So now we need to go back to our user's controller, and we need to bring in the validation pipe. Now we already have the parse int pipe, so we'll just put it right after that. Here we have validation pipe is brought in. Now once we do that, let's go down to the create here, and we'll put the validation pipe right after the body, well, right inside actually the body decorator, where the validation pipe would go. Now this will validate against our DTO,
and we'll get messages that will make sense if we have the wrong information, and we'll test that out. Let's go ahead and put the validation pipe also, though, inside of our patch route here, where we're sending sending an update. We already have the parse INT pipe here. Then notice we have the body decorator here once again, and we can pass that validation type, or validation pipe rather, right inside of it. So now we have the validation pipe in place for the create under the post method here and the update under the patch method. So now let's go ahead and try out some requests with those in mind. Let's bring ThunderClient back over, and let's go to the patch route here. Just take a second. Server is now being emailed. Post route as well. Let's go ahead and try the name. Has some built-in HTTP exceptions, and we can use those in our code. We're going to specifically use the not found exception. So let's go back and see how this applies. Back in VS Code, I'm going to go to the file tree, and I want to go to my service provider here. I'm going to scroll up because I want to apply this not found error or not found exception inside of the find one, where right now, if we requested user 99 as we did, we didn't receive any message in return to say anything was wrong. So at the very top, once again, we need to import that not found exception. So we will import not found exception, comes from Nest.js common, and now we can use that in our code. So I'll scroll back down to the find one. Let's find that. There we go. And now we can just put in a little bit of a logic line here to check to see. We'll say if we didn't find a user. So if we don't have a user, instead of returning nothing, say row new not found exception, and now we can pass in a message. So here we'll say user not found.
And now we can go ahead and try that out because we had that ready in Thunder Client. Let's go back. So once again, request user 99 and see what happens when we send this. We could ignore the body here. This is just a GET request. Send this. Now we get a 404 not found, and we get the specific message, user not found. That's exactly what we wanted. Now, what about when we would send a specific role? So here we could say users, and then we have our role param, and let's set this equal to intern. And of course, we should receive something here. Yes, we do. But now let's go ahead and switch this. Say Dave, and of course we're not checking against that in the specific route handler because that's not where we put the validation pipe, because role doesn't have to be sent. We don't know if we're receiving role or not. So if we do, then we just need to check to see if it's found or not. Right now it just returns an empty array, no other message. That's once again not what we want. Let's go back to our service provider. There we are. And now inside of the find all, where we're checking role, we can add just a little more logic here as well. Instead of simply returning whatever we have here inside like we are now, where if we have a role, then we are returning this line where it filters for all the users with the role. Of course, it might not find any, and that's where we get the empty array. Let's define our roles array here. So we'll say const roles array equals, and now it may be empty or it may not be, but we have just defined it. And so now we can say if, and there's two different ways you can do this. I say if we check to see if the length is equal to 0, like this, length, it's an array, so it definitely has the length property. That length is equal to 0. That really spells out, it kind of says in the code what I'm doing. The other would be to just flip this with the exclamation mark. So now, if the length was 0, we would flip that value from false to true, and whatever was behind this if statement would also happen. I'm just going to switch it back because I think more will understand if I say roles array length equals 0. Then we're going to do something. And what we're going to do is throw new not found exception, and then inside of this we'll say user role not found. And otherwise, of course, if the length is there, essentially we do have some users with the role that's requested, we're going to return the roles array. Other than that, we can leave this the way it was. So let's save this now, and let's go back and make another request here in Thunder Client, and this would be users role Dave, just like we did before where we had the empty array. Now we send this, and we get the 404 not found with the user role not found message. Much more helpful than simply getting an empty array with the 200 status.
Okay, to quickly recap, today we have created DTOs. Those are data transfer objects that we use as schemas, and we can also use them with pipes to validate the incoming request data. And we learned about pipes as well, which
প্রপার স্টিভ জবলেস। বাই দ্য ওয়ে, কালকে আমি লাইক টুইট করেছিলাম যে কিসের পোস্টে না, পিসেসের পোস্টে, যে আমার পিসেসে মানে বড় ল্যাগ করে। তো এলি আবার কাকে একটা ট্যাগ করে বলেছে যে ক্যান উই ফিক্স দিস, আমাকে ডিএম করেছিল। আমি তারপর বললাম যে আমার পিসি যে একটুখানি লো স্পেক, সেই জন্য ল্যাগ করে। বাট আজকে দেখছি ভালো চলছে। দেখ, আই এম ইউজিং পিসেস, এতগুলো ট্যাবস খোলা, এদিকে কার্সার চলছে, স্ট্রিম চলছে। বাট ইয়া মেসন, বাট অত বেশি খাচ্ছে না, বাট প্রচুর কমই খাচ্ছে অ্যাকচুয়ালি। লাইক আমার আইডল এত কিছু খোলার পরে খুব জোর 10%ও থাকে না। তো আজকে লাইক ফুললি ইউজ করছি পিসেসকে। পেড ওয়ার্ক আগের দিন রাত্রির বেলা they were talking about to set up a meeting, but মিটিংটা আমি বলেছিলাম 5টায়, বাট 5টায় হয়নি। ওরা বলছিল যে একটুখানি ডিলে করতে। আমি বললাম যে ডিলে, কারণ সেদিন ক্লাস ছিল, প্লাস আমার খুব ঘুম পাচ্ছিল, সারাদিন ঘুমাইনি। সেদিন বললাম যে পোস্টপন করা যাবে কালকে। তারপর বললো যে কালকে তো হবে না, স্যার একটু বেরোবে, তো উই ক্যান ডু ইট স্যাটারডে। আমি বললাম কোনো প্রবলেম নেই। তো বললো না স্যারের কোনো প্রবলেম নেই, উই ক্যান কন্টিনিউ দ্য ওয়ার্ক ফ্রম স্যাটারডে। তো আমি বললাম ঠিক আছে, আমি আই উইল মেক সাম ওয়্যার ফ্রেম, বলে না ওয়্যার ফ্রেমস, ইয়া আই উইল মেক সাম ওয়্যার ফ্রেমস ততক্ষণ। তো স্যাটারডে দেখা যাবে, আই মিন কালকে দেখা যাক কি বলে। একটু বাদে গেম খেলবো। I've downloaded 2 games, Late Night Mop and Do Not Take This Cat Home. Ellie will like this game. দুটোই হরর গেম, হরর গেম, হরর ম্যাকি গেম। চলে রে চলে, অতটাও খারাপ নয়। I was playing this game, wait I'll show you. I was playing this game, খুঁজে পাচ্ছি না, ছাড় বাদ দিয়ে, নিচে নামানো যাবে না। এদে ভাই তুই ফায়ারওয়াচ ওই এটা তো সেই একটা স্টোরিটা বলছি, যে একটা মেয়ে আর একটা ছেলে ওই জঙ্গলে, লাইক দে আর দ্য ফরেস্ট ডিপার্টমেন্ট রেঞ্জার্স। তো আস্তে আস্তে বুঝতে পারবে যে দে আর বিং ওয়াচড অ্যান্ড লাইক দে আর দ্য টেস্ট সাবজেক্টস। ওটাই তো নাকি? I have seen that gameplay, like BBS তো দেখলাম। I know the story, like the gameplay is nice, but the ultimate story is pretty bad, because like ঠিক আছে টেস্টেড হলে একটু টুইস্ট দিতে পারতো, আলটিমেটলি যদি সেই ছেড়েই দিল, লাইক এসে রেস্কিউ করলো, চলে গেল, এভরিথিং নর্মাল, নট গুড। Anyways, I've been working on some pretty good stuff. হ্যাঁ, লাস্ট টাইম ভাবলাম কোনো হবে, লাইক আবার ওই ওর বাবাটা আসবে, কি নাম ছিল, নেড আসবে আবার, এসে ধরবে ওকে, ধরে ওকেও মেরে দেবে, এরকম কিছু হবে। বেশ, বাবা নেডও পালালো, নেডের ছেলেও মরে গেল। Install Prisma and then init. Wait. Hmm. দেখি আমার বন্ধুগুলো আসলে, বন্ধু মানে কি ওই একজন দুজন আসলে I'll start playing. You mentioned me. Wait. Let me check. Arey, what the what? What a bad frame. Lol. Hey. By the way, see this cat? This cat? I don't know, man. I've gone mad. Figuring out this one because of this cat. Lol. Wait, let me change it. Nice. Bro, আজকে স্ট্রিমে 5টা লাইক করেছে ভাই। জিও, I think this is the most likes I have gotten. I don't know. Check the streams. Maybe. I don't get notification. How do you enable that, by the way? I have to enable that. You are right. Review, studio mode, themes, advanced. I don't care about sub. But if you're saying so, I'll go. What was her ad? Ellie? Ellie at pieces? Not this. Bro, what was her YouTube channel? I'll go to you. Which one was it? This is done. I have to do this. Configure Prisma with Neon DB. I guess there should be a Prisma client. Where's the ENB database? Up here. Just paste it here. Nice. This is okay. So the database is set up. Define a model. Okay. ID, which will be auto incremental. Title, description, created adapter. Then I have to. By the way, where was the client part? Model. Then I'm migrating the database. Okay. Oh fuck, I forgot to test your name. Install Prisma client. Okay, this will take some time. Then we will generate some modules. Module to do service and controllers. You know that. Service, in service there is. No, this is service. The controllers are here. Oh no, I have to start from service, yeah. because these are the actual functions that will interact with the DB. Constructor Prisma. Generating. Hmm. Prisma is done. NPX Nest G module use NPX Nest G service to do npx g sorry controllers to do nice. Implement the to-do services. Okay. I guess not these. Okay. I'll start off with the service, then with controller. This is the test file. Controller. Okay. App service. To-do service. Oh, this is the app service. To-do service. I don't know why the constructor. Okay. Async. Create to-do. Yeah. ওয়েট আমিও এই এলাম ছিলাম না কোন গেমটা খেলবো বল ডু নট টেক দিস ক্যাট অ্যাট হোম আর লেট নাইট মক দুটোই ভূতের মনে হয় আই থিঙ্ক বল ইউ চুজ both are horror games bhai choose either one this one or this one let's go let night mop लाइट में मॉपिंग नाइट में मॉपिंग करेंगे चलो ओए ओए वेट एक्सपोज हो गए हम কোথায় গেল লেট নাইট মপ ম্যাকনো এডিটর ও এই তো ওপেন ব্যাপারটা হচ্ছে मेरा भी गर्ल हॉस्टल में सिलेक्शन हो गया भाई কি মানে বুঝলাম না গার্লস হোস্টেল মানে what a random text টুরুরুরু অ্যাকসেপ্ট হয়ে গেছে ভাই ড্যাম কংগ্রাটস তাহলে এই খুশিতে একটু গেম খেলি আসো Never gonna give you up, never gonna let you down, run around and desert you. এই কপিরাইট চলে আসবে ভাই কি হলো রে খুলছে না কেন দুপুরের দিকে এলো নাইস খাওয়াবি তো নাকি এবার আচ্ছা তোকে আমি পার্সোনালে মেসেজ করছি একটা জিনিস দেখ লল কলেজের নেক্সট যেদিন দেখা হবে সেদিন ওকে বাট where's the sound anti-aliasing what is this medium shadow quality medium texture quality medium no vsync my potato pc can't handle this
Hey, sorry for calling you so late, but would you mind going by the house and do a quick cleanup? I made a bit
দেখ
of a
ভাই
mess and I need the
অ্যাকশন থেকে
house
পেয়েছিতে
cleaned
কি
as I
হয়েছে
have
আমি
some
এখন ভাই
guests
ইয়ে
coming over
করবো
in the morning.
ঝাড়ু মারবো
Okay,
আবার
thank
রাত্রিবেলা
you.
ডিউটি কি জ্বালাতন তাই অ্যাক্সেঞ্চারের জন্যই প্রিপেয়ার হয়ে যাবো সে তো ঝাড়ুদার হলেই দেবে রাত্রির বেলা গিয়ে সব কিছু বন্ধ করতে হবে কত ভাই এত সেন্সি কেন ভাই, কত সেন্সি আচ্ছা না এবার কি করি এবার আমি ফুল স্ক্রিনও করতে পারবো না ভাই মনে হচ্ছে আমাকে গেমটা আবার রিস্টার্ট মারতে হবে গেমটা রিস্টার্ট মারতে হবে আমার আবার দেখছি তুই দেখ না ঘুরছে দেখ না প প করে ঘুরছে আরে ল্যাগিং নয় এটা কি রকম একটা মানে মোশনটাই ওরকম ওয়েট আমিও চেক করছি ওয়েট সেটিংস খুলবো কি করে ওটা ল্যাগ করছে না, ল্যাগ হচ্ছে না, ওটা গেমটাই ওরকম, মোশনটাই ওরকম। এই যে মোশনটা দেখছিস, এটা ল্যাগ নয়। পুরো আমি না সেটিংস খুলতে পারছি না, কি করবো এবার আমি? আই হ্যাভ টু ক্লোজ দিস, কিছু করার নেই। अबे यार, फास्ट फास्ट, वेरी फास्ट। আরেকবার ট্রাই দেবো, লেটস গো। যদি না হয় অন্য গেমটা খেলবো। Oh, yeah, it's lagging একটু একটু। Options, intelligent low, shadow medium, epic texture medium, no vsync। বাট এখানে মাউসের সেন্সিং নেই তো কিছু অপশন। নাও হোয়াট? আছে কিছু? নাথিং, আই গেস মাউসের ডিপিআই কমানোই আছে, এটা নর্মাল।
Hey, sorry for calling you so late, but would you mind
ইয়া ঠিক আছে। सेंसी बहुत है भाई। Yep, this is lagging, খেলা হবে না, way too much lagging। ভাই মোবাইল গেম, do not take this cat at home খেলবো দাঁড়া, don't say। Don't tell me this is not going to work। let's see এটা কিরকম। না চললে আমি আর খেলবো না গেম, দূর। একটু গেম খেলছি তাও যদি না চলে। চলে যে, I don't think this will lag। ল্যাগ করছে কিনা বলবি তো? প্রেফারেন্স, উইন্ডো ফুল স্ক্রিন, হ্যাঁ ঠিক আছে ঠিক আছে। স্টোরি বেস গেম এটা, ল্যাগ করবে না, এটা স্টোরি বেস নভেল গেম। ইউ আর নট হ্যাভিং আ গ্রেট ডে অ্যাজ ইউজুয়াল। It's the first time in a while that you have felt like going out, but in the middle of your work it starts to rain. Typical. But maybe this is just a sign that you should have stayed home today. Yeah, you can always try again tomorrow, right? I'm bad boy. Meow. There are only a few people around the street. Increase of missing persons around the area recently. Well, that and the weather. But none of them react to the sound at all. Curiosity gliding your steps, you follow the sounds of the entrance of a dark, dingy alleyway. You timidly enter the alley and walk forward. The ground, dampened by the rain, makes your steps sound louder and more confident than you actually feel. Meow. Finally, the sound sources comes into the view in the cold, dim light of the alley. At the end of the alley, in a big cardboard box, is a cat. Huh. Guess that should have been obvious. It's an interesting looking cat. It's a pretty yellow eyes, shine like gold among the dark sea of its black fur. It puts its front paws up on the edge of the box and look up at you. It definitely knows it. But if they are all like this one, it's a shock they haven't already found a way to rule the world. Hey, it's a horror game, bhai. দেখে মনে হচ্ছে এটা horror game. Just jump and leave the box. The cat doesn't answer you, obviously. It's just looking at you, as if waiting for you to make the next move. Take the cat home. সেটাই তো, it's a horror game, bhai. It doesn't look like a horror game. You didn't realize it was shivering until just then, but it slowly breathes easier at its presses. Hey, আমি মেয়ে না ছেলে ভাই? এই লেগে গেছে, যাবে না বলছে। আরে গেমে ইন গেম ভাই। Watch for a moment as it curiously explores the new environment. Leaving the feline to its own device, you set about making the both of you some dinner. Cat food. Not hungry. She likes me. স্যান্ডউইচ খেতে হচ্ছে, ভাব এই অবস্থা আমার, আমি এখানেও গরিব ভাই, কি বলি কি ভাই, ব্রেড টোস্টেড মেয়ো মাস্টার একসাথে করে খাচ্ছি। Hey, what the fuck? Cut your finger on the knife while slicing a tomato. Stupid! It snips at the knife, meows almost pointedly at you. Hey, don't worry. I'm alright. Watch as the cat starts to... What the fuck? Why? The knife has been completely licked clean. Okay. Sure, cats are meat-eating predators, but that was a little weird, right? You're no cat expert, but that was definitely not something an ordinary cat would do, right? Well, regardless, you are not about to abandon a cat in a need while it's raining outside. Not after all your efforts. You are going to take it to the shelter tomorrow anyway. What's one night awkwardness? It's just a cat. Sandwich hutch. Nice. TV দেখছি। Chill guy. Okay. কি হলো ভাই, খেতে দে না ভাই। Shove it away a little more forcefully this time. Maybe a vet will have an idea how to calm it down. Wait, what? Great. Just great. You grab a flashlight to turn it on. You look outside. You turn to check the clock. কি লেখা ভাই? 1 4 3 kill help. Thinking how you realize the clock shouldn't be working at all by the power outage, but the numbers are lit up and are going completely haywire. The cat stares at you, it completely still. You'd think it was a statue if you didn't know any better. It's not giving off any indication that it's live. It's not blinking. This isn't normal. You consider tossing the cat out after all. But as soon as the thought enters your head, you feel a sharp urge to vomit. ভাই আমি আর স্টোরি টেলিং করছি না ভাই। Oh no. This is the playing part, it's a story novel. Oh no. But no answer comes to mind. আরে অন্য গেম খুঁজতে হবে। অন্য গেম খুঁজবো ভাই। ওয়েট সেভ করে নি, ওয়েট আমি পরে খেলবো। I'm kind of invested in the story. A good game, you say? Let's find some horror games. Flexbox. বলে কিনা Flexbox Froggy খেলতে। দাঁড়া সিলেক্ট কোথায় ইয়ে করে জানো? macOS প্ল্যাটফর্ম। Tagged horror. Yes. Pumpkin Panic. Slide in the Woods. I don't know. দেখছি দাঁড়া ম্যাকে আছে কিনা দেখতে হবে। PS2 ফ্রাজম খেলবো না, ভালো না। এটা ডাউনলোড করবো। বল ইজ বেসিক। $10 নেই আমার কাছে। ফেথ কোথা দেখলি? ফেথ খেলে না? নো। $15 minutes. ভাই রেটিংস কোথায় ভাই? নো রেটিংস। কোনটা? ফেথ ওকে। ব্যাড ফেথ আর এপ্রিল ফেথ, হল অফ ফেথ কোনটা? Which one? Unholy Trinity. আরে ফেথ। ও আচ্ছা এমনি সার্চ মারবো। বল পেয়েছি দেখ। আরে খুলেছি দেখ। পেড $15। $15 ভাই, কোথায় পাবো টাকা? পাম্পকিন প্যানিক দেখবো, ওয়েট ভাই, এটা কি? পাম্পকিন, আচ্ছা এটা খেলেছি পাম্পকিন প্যানিক, গুড গেম। ওয়েট, এটা স্টোরি বেসড নয় তো, মানে নিজেকে খেলতে হবে তো? ভাই 71 MB, মাত্র 71 MB। ওকে, ঠিক আছে দেখি না, রং ফ্লোরটাকেও ডাউনলোড করে রাখি, এটাও শর্ট গেম। ইয়ে আয় ডাউনলোড হয়ে এসছে। হুম, কর্ডোসিস কি ভাই? কর্ডোসিস খেলেছিস? সেটা আমি জানি না। হোলি শিট, এলিয়েন বেস গেম, বাকশট রুলেট। এটা অফ স্ট্রিম খেলবো। হুম, এটা পেড তাই আছে তো, পেড এনিওয়েজ, অলমোস্ট ডাউনলোড। স্টিভ জবস ভার্সেস বিল গেটস, দেখেছি ওগুলো, ইআরপি, এপিক র্যাপ ব্যাটল অফ হিস্ট্রি। Don't open your eyes. চকালায়াক। স্মুথ চলছে কিনা বলবি জাস্ট, চললে। ওয়েট হোয়াট, চলছে না কেন? চলে বন্ধ হলো আই গেস, এক্সিকিউটেবল করা নেই। ওয়েট দেখতে দে, না করা আছে। চলে বন্ধ হয়ে যাচ্ছে। চলে যাতে, ও, ঠিক আছে, লেটস গো। দাঁড়া ভাই, ফোনটা সরাই, যদি, ঠিক আছে ঠিক আছে। হোয়াইট ভাই, জাম্প স্কেয়ার আজ নেই তো ভাই? ভাই আমার কিন্তু ভয় লাগে খুব। The distance between my room and the opposite wall is only 10 steps long. I don't know why. দরজা খুলে কে ঘুমায় ভাই, দরজা খুলে কে ঘুমায় ভাই, আমি এতক্ষণ রিয়েলাইজ করিনি। সামনে দরজা খোলা ভাই, কি পাগল। আচ্ছা, but I don't want to look at it, so I had to take a deep breath and close my eyes. ভাই এখানে জাম্প স্কেয়ার আছে। Okay, there's a bed in my room. ভাই অন্ধকারে ছোটবেলায় ভাই এরকম কল্পনা করতাম জানিস, যখন পুরো অন্ধকার হয়ে যেত রুম, তখন ভাবতাম যে এই জায়গাটা আলমারি আছে, এই জায়গাটায় ড্রেসিং টেবিল আছে। ওকে, নাইস। ভাই তুই করিসনি কোনোদিন, এটা মানতে হবে। I can always find what I want to find because in this room I know how everything looks. I need to wake up early tomorrow. ছোটবেলায় যখন একা শুতাম প্রথম দিকে এরকম ভয় লাগতো ভাই। Oh fuck, footsteps. I can hear the footsteps. ভাই তুই যাওয়ার স্ক্রিপ্টই ভাব। It must be my imagination. And closer and closer and closer. They are gone. Hey! Fuck you.
Open.
খুলবো ভাই, খুলবো? You tell me. না ভাই খুলবো না, ভাবছি কি করে দেখতে চাই।
Open your eyes. Look.
দেখবো না তোকে, তুই কালো।
Why won't you look at me?
কারণ তুই কালো।
Where are your manners? If a stranger asks for help, is that
তুই কালো
how it
ভাই।
is? I will share. I have never
বলো,
seen
বলো।
myself before.
দেখো নি আয়না, দেখো নি।
I don't know if my face is ugly.
তুই কালো ভাই, লিটারালি।
I don't know the color of my skin.
আমি দেখতে পাচ্ছি।
I don't know if I'm even here. That is why I need you,
আচ্ছা
so you can tell me. But
আচ্ছা
I'm also shy,
আচ্ছা
so I might hide the moment you do. You
আচ্ছা
won't find me anywhere,
ওকে
like a
ঠিক
vivid
আছে।
dream. I know you listen with those tiny ears of yours.
আচ্ছা ভাই,
They look so fragile, like I could almost grab them.
ভাই এর ইয়ার ফেটিস আছে ভাই, এর ইয়ার ফেটিস আছে ভাই।
Put my fingers around them and tear them off. If I do, will you scream? Will I hear your voice? It was a... I'm joking.
হ্যাঁ বড্ড ভালো যোগ মারো।
Don't be scared. Hey, how do you think my eyes when our gazes finally meet? Answer me.
They look broken, they look empty. Empty ভাই, নেই তো চোখ ভাই, empty ভাই।
They look empty.
এই তো ভাই চোখ চলে এসছে ভাই, তুই এটা দেখ, এটা পাতি
That may
লেবু
be
নয়
so.
ভাই।
The eyes are the window to the soul. That's what someone told me. They said that the soul was holy,
আচ্ছা
bright, beautiful. Every person has one. But that person said I was the exception. That something like me couldn't possibly own something so holy,
মিথ্যে কথা বলেছে ভাই তোকে।
so beautiful. They looked inside of me, took a deep breath, and announced their conclusion with great fatigue. Their eyes that could see it all.
আচ্ছা
I'm sure that if you were to cut me apart, not even blood would flow out.
ভাই ও অঙ্কন স্যার নো এটা বাইরে এসএমডি
Even if I felt it sometimes, crawling, maybe that's why I've never seen myself before. Because I'm empty. But isn't that something?
না না
Because if I
এমপি
were
নয়
to
তুমি
look
কালো
and find, then surely I would feel disappointed. By not looking, I can ease myself of that pain.
আচ্ছা
So maybe this is for the... I can't remember who was the first to recite these words to me, nor the second, nor the several others who came after.
ভাই
The
কত
only
বড়
thing I
ডায়লগ
remember-
দিয়েছে গে বুকেই যাচ্ছে
Hey, have you ever felt so empty, so devoid of what makes everyone special,
না না ভাই
that
Probably
you've
not.
embraced the void as your own? Have you?
না ভাই অত ভাবি না সরি
These
ঠিক ঠিক
eyes,
আই রিমেন সাইলেন্ট
are these my eyes?
না ভাই এটা কমলা লেবু
Is that... How do you think my eyes when art...
আবার এইটা কেন দিল ভাই হোয়াট শুড আই চুজ হোয়াট শুড আই চুজ ব্রোকেন সো ট্রু ভাই আমি ভাই এবার সেকেন্ড গেস করছি কিছু করার নেই ভাই তো বন্ধ রেখে দিচ্ছি কেন সব ভাই এ ভাই ব্রোকেন
They look broken. That may be so.
চরকি ছেড়ে দিয়েছে ভাই চোখে
I'm always training my sight.
হ্যাঁ বকে যাচ্ছে
The
হ্যাঁ
sound that might...
Hut, hut.
So sad.
হাট হাট
I
হাট
take everything out. Every little piece that rip hard. I don't yet know until... Have you that... These
ভাই
are
কত
these
বড় ডায়লগ হ্যাঁ ভাই
a
তোরই
good
চোখ
answer. Yet they're... Oh,
হ্যাঁ ভাই চোখ খুলে না চোখ খুলে চোখ সত্যি ভাই নট আ গুড গেম ভাই ভাই এইটা গেম what a shitty game ভাই that was the ending বল বল জানি না ভাই চ রং ফ্লোর খেলবো আয় নতুন ভাই আর একটা দিয়েছিলাম ওইটা খেলবো
আচ্ছা ঠিক আছে
ওটাই এ আছে জাম্প স্কেয়ার আছে আই গেস
জাম্পস্কেয়ার থাকলে ভালো আমার আমার দারুণ লাগে জাম্পস্কেয়ার
আয় আয় চালাচ্ছি ভাই উই আর গোয়িং টু প্লে আ নিউ গেম এটা হচ্ছে না ভাই দ্য অ্যাপ্লিকেশন রং ফ্লোর ক্যান নট বি ওপেন কেন ভাই ব্লক করে দিয়েছে সত্যি ভাই রং ফ্লোর এটা ভালো কন্টেন্টস ম্যাকওএস আচ্ছা এটা এক্সিকিউটেবল করা নেই ওয়েট 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 এটা এক্সিকিউটেবল কি করে করবো জানো chmod +x প্রোগ্রামার হওয়ার এই এক সুবিধা ভাই বাস নাও ইটস এক্সিকিউটেবল এবার চলবে পসিবলি এবার চলবে let's go this is the last game we are going to play lag করছে কিনা বলবি I mean it shouldn't lag it's a small game wait ওপেন হলো না? আচ্ছা, নট রেসপন্ডিং। এই খুলে গেছে। ও নাইস গ্রাফিক্স। জাস্ট টেল মি ল্যাগ করছে কিনা। নাইস গ্রাফিক্স ম্যান, রিয়েলি গুড গ্রাফিক্স। Sensi is okay, English shake, camera shake. Yeah, okay. Play. No, it's trippy. No camera shake. Sensi আর একটু কমাও বাস। Dot is okay. Now it's okay. ভাই এত আস্তে আস্তে হাঁটবে? কি করবো ভাই? What I'm supposed to do? হ্যালো হ্যালো জেঠিমা, দরজা খোলো, হারিয়ে গেছে। নিচে যাবো? বেটার ইউজ দ্য এলিভেটর। ওকে ভাই দাঁড়া রে, কত হাঁটছিস রে? এই দাঁড়া রে। আরে আটকে গেলি কোথায় রে? আরে ভাই ওই আই সোয়ার টু গড নিজে নিজেই হাঁটছে। টিপবো না? লিফট আসবে না? ভাই কি করবো ভাই, লিফট তো খুলছে না। ও জুম করা যায়? আচ্ছা। আরে আই ডোন্ট নো ভাই কি হচ্ছে ভাই। আরে ক্লিক হচ্ছে না, দ্য বাটন ইজ নট দেয়ার। ভাই ওপরে যেতে হবে ভাই। আই ডোন্ট নো, প্রেস ই। কোথাও দেখালো না তো ভাই, প্রেস ই করতে। ভাই দিস ক্যারেক্টার হ্যাজ সাম বিফ উইথ মি, আই এম টেলিং ইউ। নিজে নিজেই হাঁটছে দেখ, নিজে নিজেই হাঁটছে। মাস্ত, নিজের লাইফে মাস্ত। এবার নিজে নিজেই হাঁটছে। নাও টেল মি আমি কি করি এবার? নট আ ব্যাড গেম ভাই। এই তো ই ভাই 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 খুলেছে। আচ্ছা আই গেস the D button is stuck. কি করবো? কোথায় যাবো? বলে কিনা R2 খেলতে। আচ্ছা প্রবলেমটা বুঝতে পেরেছি। ওয়েট প্রবলেমটা হলো তোর একটা কি স্টাক হয়ে গেছিল ওই জন্যে। এবার আই গেস ঠিকঠাক চলবে। লেটস সি একটা ট্রাই দেওয়া উচিত। ওকে নো ক্যামেরা শেক, সেন্সি একটু কমাও, প্লে। ই লেটস গো। লিফট আসছে ভাই, টপ ফ্লোরে যাবো। ভাই গ্রাফিক্স তো বেশ ভালো লাগে ভাই। আমাদের স্কুলে এরকম ভাই দেওয়াল ছিল, সবুজ বুঝতে পারছি না, সবুজ লাইন ছিল আর বলছে এই কি রে। ওকে চ 10th floor we are going up baby. I don't. Wait, what? Oh, what the fuck? Hi, আমি কিন্তু চেঁচাবো হ্যাঁ প্লিজ ডোন্ট ট্রোল মি ভাই আমি যাবো না I don't want to go আরে this much doesn't scare me but I get like jump scare আমার খুব বাজে লাগে it's not scary but jump scare হলে আমি চেঁচাবো ওটাই হচ্ছে কথা No ভাই যেতে দিচ্ছে না ভাই I have to go here ওই লিফট ওই লিফট ভাই এখানে কি হয় ভাই I can't see anything কিছু একটা আছে আমার পিছনে আই এম প্রিটি মাচ শিওর পিছনে আমি আওয়াজ পাচ্ছি ভাই কেউ একটা নিঃশ্বাস নিচ্ছে ভাই আমার ফাটছে ভাই আমি খেলবো না না ভাই আমি একটু দেখছি ভাই চারদিকে টিভিতে কিছু হয়নি না না ফ্ল্যাশ লাইট নেই পিছনে কিছু আছে ভাই কি ভাই এটা কেউ তো নেই ভাই আরে ভাই ফাটছে বলছে প্লিজ something's here যাবো ভাই someone's right beside me I know এদিকে দেখতে পাচ্ছি না there is no flashlight আরে না ভাই আমি পিছন তাকিয়ে যাবো কেন যাবো ভাই সামনে তাকিয়ে কেন যাবো ভাই এদিক দিয়ে যেতে হবে খুলছে না নাইস বহুত ভয় লাগছে ভাই I have to go আর কোনো উপায় নেই but I can't see anything কোথাও কিছু দেখা যাচ্ছে না কি করবো এবার আমি literally pitch black বলছে সোরা is out use সোরা আচ্ছা ভাই I'm lost I'm literally lost ভাই কোথা দিয়ে এসেছি সেটাই ভুলে গেছি shit হারিয়ে গেছে ভাই আইতো oh we can actually sprint এদিকে যাবো need to turn the elevator generator oh এই তো এদিকে ভাই we are going on oh fuck কি হয়েছে ভাই ভাই এই ককরোচ ভাই ভাইয়ের অবস্থা খারাপ। ভাই ভাই আমার হাফ প্যান্ট পরে চলে এসেছে। ভাই এটা লুঙ্গি, হাফ প্যান্ট নয়। এনিওয়েজ, আচ্ছা এখান থেকে যাওয়ার রাস্তা, ও ওদিকে আছে। ও ও ও ও ও ও ও ও দেয়ার সামওয়ান। হ্যাঁ ভাই, তোর জন্য বলা সোজা, স্পিড রান দ্য গেম, নট ফর মি। কি করবো ভাই এখানে? ভাই কি আছে এর মধ্যে? ভাই ওটাই তো সাসপেন্স, ভাই ওটাই তো আসল গেম। ইউ ডোন্ট আন্ডারস্ট্যান্ড ভাই। কিন্তু কিছু নেই তো, কি করবো? এদিকে রাস্তা নয় ভাই, I have to go back. এদিকেও রাস্তা নেই। ভাই হরর গেম খেলার ভাই এটা কি? I can't take this. Okay. ভাই করবোটা কি? I'm interacting with literally everything. I'll play this game like an off. আচ্ছা খেল দেখি, স্ট্রিম কর। I'll watch your stream. Let's see কতটা চ্যাট তুই। সবেতে ইন্টারঅ্যাক্ট করছি ভাই, কিছুই নিয়ে আসছে। ও ও হোয়াট ইজ দিস? ভাই উঠালে ভাই, চল ডিসকর্ডে এ কর। By the way, Barish is here, I think. Barish, are you here, Barish? Wait, something happened. I have no idea. গেমের নাম হচ্ছে রং ফ্লোর। ইচে স্টার্ট এ কর, সার্চ কর। বারিশ প্রো গেমার বারিশকে ডাকি না, হি ক্যান টেল মি। Barish is here. I think Barish is here. Barish. We are playing wrong floor. अरे यार भाई के साथ बहुत बुरा हो गया। এখানে কিছু নিতে হবে আমাকে, তুই বলছিস শোন, আমি এটা নিতে পারবো না। লাগটা খুলে দিই যদি, ভাই কেউ যদি একটা গেমের ইনস্ট্রাকশন দিয়ে দিত ভাই, কাজে দিত। লেটস সি ভাই, তুই খেল দেখি। I'm coming to Discord, খেল তুই। Trivets, yeah, Trivets. Any server you call. কে ব্লেজিং এইটস খেলছে ভাই? ওটা আমাকেই বলছে। Attributes. Bye, Baris. If you are here, just comment something, bye.
এক কাকা
হয়েছে ডাউনলোড? দেখি কিরাম
হ্যাঁ
খেলিস।
দাঁড়াও প্রিন্টটা শেয়ার করি
ভাই তোকে প্রো দিল ভাই? প্রায় কি বলে প্রো না নাইট্রো দিল
ওটা
ভাই?
প্রো না ওটা নাইট্রো না আমি ওটা পেয়েছি ওই দেখবে কোয়েস্ট বলে একটা সেকশন আছে ওইটা করলে ওইগুলো দেয়
আচ্ছা, করবো নয় আমিও। লেটস সি। আমার স্ট্রিমটা বন্ধ করো। উফ, পিসি থেকে স্মুথ চলছে ভাই।
আমি জাম্প স্কেয়ার যাতে না হয়েছে সেই জন্য ক্যামেরাটাও চেক করবে
ঠিক আছে হিরো নাও খেলো দেখি।
there you go
খেলেছিস এর আগে এটা?
Nope.
ওকে।
hello
ওয়েট অটোমেটিক হবে।
আরে লাইট কোথায় দেখবো কি করে
হ্যাঁ আমি যেন কত দেখতে পাচ্ছিলাম। ভাই ওই ডাস্টবিন কি চলছে কিনা ওটা আমি দেখিনি।
ও কানের মধ্যে চেল্লাচ্ছে
কি?
I see someone
আমি যখন এখানে দাঁড়িয়ে গেছিলাম তখন।
I saw someone
Yeah.
hell no bad sound
ফাটছিল কি এমনি?
oh nice
The fuck? বা আমি তো লাইটটা পেলাম না, আমাকে তো খুলতে দিল না।
let's see
এখানে একটা রেঞ্জ আছে বাঁদিকে শেলফে।
nice not scary 25 mm-hmm. Thanks in my day, I've made it. I'll take back what I said. I meant grab me, but I brought. কিছু দেখা যাচ্ছে না
হাই
in the law cut the rules
আমার বাবার মতো এটা গেল।
I'm about to risk it
ফলো কর
দেখতে পাচ্ছি না।
ইউ আর দ্য
Uh,
ফলো
I'm a Paris kiddo. Lucky me. I got a coupe. What? The code behind the red cabinet. Oh. Red cabinet. What do you mean by red cabinet?
ব্যাকে যেতে হবে একদম
Red cabinet, red cabinet. Where is the red cabinet?
একদম ফার্স্টে
Oh. আমি রাস্তা দেখতে পাচ্ছি না, আমার চোখে দেখতে পাচ্ছি না। নট গোনা লাই, এই গেমের যে ক্যারেক্টারটা আছে বিশাল উইয়ার্ড দেখতে। এক ভয়ের থেকেও বেশি হচ্ছে মানে ডিজাইনার একটু টাইম দিতে পারতো। লিটারালি একটু সাইজ বাড়িয়ে দিয়েছে, হাতগুলো লম্বা করে দিয়েছে, একটু মোটা করে দিয়েছে। লেজি ডিজাইনার্স।
জাম্প স্কেয়ারস আর গুড
হোয়ার ইজ দ্য রেড ক্যাবিনেট?
পিছনে আর সামনে পিছনে
এখানে, এদিকে এদিকে
পাশে ইয়া
এইখানে। হ্যাঁ, ও বুঝতে পেরেছি রেড ক্যাবিনেট কোথায়।
এখানে একটা জাম্প স্কেয়ার থাকবে
If I run, I cannot see. I mean, I cannot use the flashlight if I run. আমার রাইট হেডফোনটা কানে লাগানো নেই, তো ওইটাতে ঘুসুর ঘুসুর হচ্ছে। Well, so how am I going to look behind this?
পাশে একটা রেঞ্জ আছে দেখ
Wrench?
ছিল আচ্ছা ওখানে আছে দেখ সেকেন্ড নেই নিয়ে চলে গেছে আর একটা রেড ক্যাবিনেট আছে পিছনে ওই ঘরটা যেখান থেকে লাইট তুললি
This one.
Yes.
Oh. 1990.
90
আমার মেমরি খারাপ তো মনে রাখবে কোডটা।
yes
স্ট্রিম করছো কেন?
yes
Nice. The stream will witness a pro gamer. এত স্লো কে হাঁটে?
হাঁটছে আমার
একটু তাড়াতাড়ি হাঁট। লিটারালি চলতে পারছে না, মনে হচ্ছে আমার বোধহয় পা ভেঙে দিয়েছে কেউ।
এখানে একটা জানছি
Can't run any faster. What the fuck? Oh, what the hell? আচ্ছা, এটা খুলবে না।
pro gamer
আমি কিন্তু কিছুই করিনি। 28.
What is happening?
1990. What? What? Crowbar?
I think this is a task. You have to do something.
I do not understand. কোথাও লিখে দেওয়া উচিত ছিল যে এটা করতে হবে। বাট কি করব? He picked up a crowbar. Nick.
I guess crowbar তুলেছিস?
হ্যাঁ।
I guess ওই সামনের দরজা স্টিলের দরজাগুলোকে ভাঙতে হবে।
I do not know.
3টে ক্রোবার আছে দেখ, মনে করে দেখ 3টে স্টিল ডোর ছিল ওই দেখ।
এইবার এইবার আমার ফাটছে, এইবার আমার ফাটছে।
Oh shit.
When a pro gamer experiences fear, that means the game is scary.
You are not a pro gamer ভাই, তুই এক কানে তো হেডফোনই লাগা। আমি
আরে
full
আমি
volume এ
আমি এখন লাগাইনি, কেউ যদি ডাকে বাড়ির। এ কি এই রুমে কিছুই নেই?
অন্য রুমগুলোতে
Where is my torch? What the?
এই রুমটা আবার কখন খুললো? Bro, I'm lost.
Same. I do not understand. What do I need to do?
এই তো
এটা তো এই রুমটা
আরে
মেজের মতো ঘুরে ঘুরে চলে আসছে বারবার একই জায়গায়। এইখান দিয়ে যেতে হবে।
আরে এখানেই তো গেলি, ঘরটা তো বন্ধ।
হ্যাঁ বন্ধ, মানে কি করতে হবে? এই পাইপ লাইনে কিছু সাইরেন হেড? এইদিকে। What is Siren Head?
Actually nice.
What is Siren Head doing here? Where now? Here?
আরে not
Yes.
not here, এখান থেকেই তো গেলি। Go back.
You see, why do I call myself a
Okay.
pro gamer? Lol, আমার turn that on, and
You need to find more. More.
switch. Nice. Nice.
Bro, আমি
If you
লাইভ স্ট্রিমে নিজের বেইজ্জতি করছি।
if you look at the gameplay, আমি একটু ক্লিক হলাম।
তোকে দেখিনি আমি।
Let me see. What the? কাকা কাকার দাঁতেও কি মশা? এ কাকা NPC now. Where are those switches? I think we need more crowbar.
I think so.
Nothing here. কাকা এখনো আছে দেখি। ও কাকা ইমাজিন আমি আর কিচ্ছু না করি, সারাদিন এরকম থাকি, বসে থাকি এখানে।
I think তোকে ওই পাশের রুম যেতে হবে। That's why you still stuck.
This room?
No, পাশের প্যাসেজ দিয়ে। Yeah, সোজা।
Oh.
আরে not here, উল্টো দিকে। সোজা।
Soja. Oh, here. Nothing is visible. Weird.
এখানে শোয় আঁকাটা।
Where do I need to go? Instructions not clear. Instructions not clear. Kaka, are you there, Kaka?
কাকার টুপি, নীল টুপি।
Uh, কি করবো? বুঝতে পারছি সব ভালো, কিন্তু ইনস্ট্রাকশন না দিলে তো।
আরে ওটাই তো, তখন তো ওটাও বুঝতে পারছি।
আমি দেখে নেবো এরপর কি করতে হবে। বন্ধ করো। কি নাম? রং ফ্লোর গেম প্লে। আমি জাস্ট চেক এরপর কি করতে হবে। কখন যাবে? এরপর পর
চলে
ড্যাম
গেল আগে থেকে।
ক্লোবার। না না, এটা ওইখানটায়। Take the damn clover. He takes the code. He enters the code. Breaks the planks.
জেনারেটর ওটা চলে
Elevator.
গেছে।
Oh, elevator. I see, elevator.
তার মানে ওখান থেকে পালাতে হবে তোকে, আর কিছু করার নেই, শেষ।
I see.
স্মল গেম বাট গুড গেম।
No, no. পালাতে দেবে না, ও চেল্লাচ্ছিল দেখে না।
ওই জন্য তো ওখান থেকে দেখছে তোকে।
নেগা নেগা নেগা। ও শিট, স্ট্রিম হচ্ছে। এই আঙ্কল।
I think bro plays basketball.
I think অন্যদিকে তাকালে ও মুভ করবে। What is the problem? What is the problem? No button working.
What?
End? পালাতে দিল?
Not again.
Weird but nice.
Yeah.
कट कर दीजिएगा वो स्ट्रीम पे कुछ
कट
बोल
तो
दिया था मैंने।
हम तो नहीं कर सकते, हमें पता
Delete the
है।
stream. Delete the stream. I said something that I shouldn't have said.
Cancel.
Delete the stream, like actually বলছি delete করে দিও। Let's
কিছু হবে না, তুমি কেউ খুঁজে পাবে না।
আরে না, imagine কালকে
তুই বলবি তোকে কেউ বললে বলবি I am
imagine
Indian, I have the pass.
imagine tomorrow like এলি এলো বা কেউ এলো যে স্ট্রিমটা খুললো দিয়ে আমি রেখে রেখে করছি।
লাস্ট দিয়ে কেউ দেখবে না।
তাহলে ঠিক আছে। হ্যাঁ, এটাই আমার কাছে পাস আছে, আমাকে একটা লোক দিয়েছিল।
কি?
একটা লোক আমি পাসটা দিয়েছিল।
কি পাস?
আহ, যেটার
ও
পাশের কথা
আচ্ছা
এখন তো বলছি,
আচ্ছা আচ্ছা
বলতে পারি, আমার সমস্যা নেই।
আচ্ছা।
দাঁড়াও, let me show you a past thing.
ভাই আমার তো মনে হয় ভাই এলি ফেলি যদি
Look
আমাকে
at this, look at this, look at this, look at
আরে
this.
না না আই নো দিস
Move
ভাই
करके
চালাস দি ভাই এটা বন্ধ করবো। I was muted, sorry. Yeah, nice game but bad ending. The sound quality was actually good. By Mag Games. That job. Bro, as RTA. Oh, look. আগের দিন BBS was playing this Doki Doki Literature Club. Assessment examination. This seems like a dark game. Nah, I'm not sleeping now. Fire game, love the low gameplay, was disappointed in the matter of jump scares. Can confirm the jump scares were the worst part, or is I don't know what. Creeped out, being should I download this? Download Koiraki. I'll play later. ভাই কত লোকের 10 on 10 দিয়েছে ভাই।
Upon that glows a hot spring overflows. All three things, I know I.
ডাউনলোড করি। এটা কি অনলাইন বেসড গেম? I guess this is a web based game. Last seen online.
Mm-hmm.